Glowing in the night, pollution in the sky. Biters mad as hell. Don't fuck with the engineer. Drop the naked with the burner in the drain. Now the whole damn planet running on steam. Iron plate stack, copper wire stay hot. Biters rush fast, but they walk in the shots. Drills in the dirt and the belts all clean. Green circuits float like a cash machine. Turrets on the wall and the ammo stay fed. One wave hit the base, now the whole hive dead. Oil crack flowing, refinery flames. Train tracks spread wide like a street gang. Artillery thunder make the nest all shake. Spidertron stomp and leave a crater in the wake. Don't fuck with the engineer. Factory king and the ghost stay clear. Biters wanna rush but they disappear. One click, boom, now the coast sincere. Don't fuck with the engineer. Got lasers on the wall from here to next year. Nuclear power and the train line still. Whole damn planet, no, the boss lives here. Hey, Roboports buzzing, logistic box fly, blueprint in my hand while your species die. Assemblers humming with the module stack. Production climbing while your hive get cracked. Rocket fuel burning while the trains roll deep. 20-car convoy, never miss a beat. Defense perimeter thick like steel. Uranium rounds got a raw deal feel. Biters in the fall think they slick and mean till they hit the minefield hidden in the green. One wrong move, now your queen laid flat. Engineer roll through like remember that. Don't fuck with the engineer. Belts move smooth and the smoke bring fear. Mega base growing every single year. Your bugs just fuel for the gears in here. Copper, iron, steel, oil. Everything burns for the factory toil. You call it pollution, I call it power. Another biter nest gone in and out. Now the UPS low cause the base too wide. Millions of items on the belt line wide. Nuclear reactors glow blue, white, bright. Whole grid stable through the dead of night. Science pack stacked to the ceiling high. Rocket launch count, touching the sky, expand or die. That's the law right here, and the bugs learn quick when the boss appears. So when you hear the belts and turbines scream, know the engineer still running the scene. Biters got crushed and the factory won. Now salute the king when the shift goes fun. With the engineer built this empire gear by gear. Every damn biter got erased this year. Factory forever, let me make that clear.
All right. Been a little while since I've been on. Okay, the last time, see, I added another mod. Which is this. Interplanetary transporter. That way I can just step on it and go to planets without having to board a ship. And where did I make that? Let's see, right there. So it takes all of that to make it. So I'll make one here. Probably just put it, well, find a better place for that. Maybe right there. Oh. I gotta switch my gamepad over. Got the wrong key set up on there. I started a game of that No Man's Sky. Alright, that's better. Alright, let's see. So we got Vulcanus running. And things are starting to back up on it now. Getting regular production going. So next thing we're gonna have to do is go to Fulgora. A lot of this stuff is already backed up. I think we got plenty on the... Well, no, it's running a little low on that, but it's starting to back up. Not sure if I've got a load of that almost ready or not. No, but it's getting there. So, a good thing about it is you stay busy enough that things start to back up a little bit. But that's an ass whooping whenever it comes to green circuits. Because those deadgum things get chewed up by those blue, or those processing units. So we got plenty of those coming in. Yeah, I had some dumbass mistakes over here that I found around that last game. I had some connections here that were missing that starved that whole thing out. And what was it? I had something screwed up here too. I forget what it was, but it emptied all of my molten iron and copper out. Oh, I know what it was. I had the circuit conditions wrong on when to drop that stone. Because I keep a stock of stone in there in case I need it. But as it is, everything looks pretty good. And what I want to do is I want to get... Oh, wait a minute. I did set one of those up to make that. Let's get rid of all that crap. Because I wanted to try that out. Alright, let's fully charged. Oh, that's gonna be nice. All right. So, where's that getting eat up at? How are we sitting on? Okay. I need to see how things are going with the artillery. So artillery's doing fine. And I think oh, that's where I've been tweaking the bus line on this thing. Kind of cleaned it up compared to what it was over here. Always keep one open. When you see the difference, how I crunched all that down and did the train staging locations a little better compared to what I had there. That was just made on the fly, but it looks like shit. And I thought, you know, I could do better than that. And that's exactly what I did. So I have it fixed where in the future I'll do a setup of low density structures. I'll just drop them off there. That way they'll be right here for the rockets to take. One thing I didn't do is set up I didn't set up rockets over there. Getting all kind of bots jumping into the stream now. Alright, what well, that's pretty slick that you can transport between the planets like that pretty quick. One thing I've been thinking about is a ship dedicated for military runs only. I need to redo a bunch of this stuff. I need to tweak some blueprints, get them updated. I think what I'm going to do is wait until that new version comes out. I know you can play it in experimental, but I've already got this save started, and yeah, I'm not even going to try that. Not right now. And I'm kind of anxious that once it does come out, if it's going to screw any of this up. Right now, I'm only on these two planets here. fixing to go to this one. I think if I probably stay within the core game until that update comes out, then it should let all these others get caught up. I noticed the other day when I was checking the mods, had a whole bunch of updates came in and they were already updating them for 2.1. I'm real curious how this is going to work out, because I don't remember which one of these planets, you make a whole bunch of stuff, you put up a Dyson sphere around it, and then you can I guess set up these receivers in order to beam the energy down there and use it. All right, how are we looking here? So I think pretty much so that one's still hammering the biters. Or at least it's in range. I don't think I have one. I don't have one in range there. Put us one there. That'll take those out. Drive them back anyway. I think what I'm going to do for speed's sake, what I got 3.9 million there. I need to set up, I'm starting to run low on material or aggregates. And I kind of want to replace all of these with the big mining drills. Because if I'm not mistaken, they run a lot better. Let's see here. Let's take a look. Synthesized sulfuric acid. It's going to start getting complicated. Let's see. Mining drills. It's a 5x5 and it gets what, 0.5 a second, so it's a half a second. And that takes 300 kilowatts to run it, so might be a good possibility. I need to build another nuclear power setup. Probably wouldn't hurt to do that. I got plenty of juice to run on. These are all full. Every one of them are stacked. Yeah, let's get the bots busy. I'll go ahead and beef another one up. I'm going to wait till it gets the water in first. I found out if you don't let it get the water in first and you hook that pump up there, it can build the pump before the water's there and then it won't pull any water. You'll have to delete the pump and then bring it back. A whole lot of... Yep, there they go. Okay, we'll build those out. Well, instead of doing that, let's see, where's the power source? I need to... What I'll do is kill the power. And the next train load that comes, it'll empty all that. And I'll come in here and tear all that down. And then we'll replace it with the big miners. Probably go ahead and start that process now. Well, sometimes at night that damn thing's hard to see. We can get rid of those. And I'll still utilize that. All right. Got all that done. Okay, we're going to do the big mining drills. We want everything going that direction. Blue belts. We'll keep that simple. Okay. So they're big enough, they cover more, so you don't need as much. Make use of what we already got. We'll get the power from there. Alright, that automatically starts requesting what we need. So it should be heating up. Right now we're pulling, let's see, we get 3.1. So that's kind of right on the line. But once we start adding in these big mining drills, we're going to need that extra power. Let's see, that's still got 17 million. When they come and do a big draw off, those things should be able to keep up. Don't necessarily have to worry about that part anymore. Hitting them on the sides like that. For the most part, though, these should be getting to where they're catching up. Yeah, see, that's got quite a few of them in there. I know how I had put some. I thought I put one along right there, but I don't think I did. No, that's a pretty good gap. So if I put me, I could put one here. That'll reach out and touch all of those right in here. Starting to reveal a little more now. Got plenty of resources. We're not going to run out. Not in this playthrough. So I got plenty to get. I think for simplicity's sake, I'm going to... I intentionally pushed outside the base without grabbing resources in here. That's what I ultimately wanted to do or tried to do. Just so I could have the enjoyment of building outside the base. Doing something out here. We got left 560,000 there, so that's almost completely out. So we're starving for copper there and there. That one's starting to run low, but we have this one here, which nothing is really pulling off of. So it's ready to go. Copper situation's a little bit bleak. However, I do have this one here. So it's pulling slack from that one down there. So since I have this one, I want to convert this one over to the big miners. So I'm gonna kill the power on it. Let it start winding down. What was that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 belts. Or 5. And with those big miners, that might drop down to 4, which would be good because I'll replace that. We'll see. Let's give him bots something to do. They ain't been busy enough. Alright, y'all come snatch all that out of there. I didn't realize I got that one in the mix. %, so it's gone down quite a bit. Where are we getting hammered at? Right up here in the corner. Those have done pretty good about clearing all that out. All right. Hanging in there. You know, I did redo that. Completely rebuilt that one. All right, everything is gone there. So let's go back to this, and I want all the belts to go that way. Oh, merge low yield belts. That's kind of nice. I didn't realize that was on there. That dropped that down to what, 3 belts? So well, we'll get rid of that and we'll go to a 3-4 belt. Gotta love those big miners. They're definitely nice. All right, let's go down here and take a look. Those did pretty good. We're going to let those keep running over there because they're eventually going to run completely out. Which is fine. Clean that up a little bit as you go. You know, we do have 2.1 million there, so let's yeah, let's drain it. Do the big mining drills there. Question is, what did it do to my resource? It held the names. Wow. Well, that should chew through those pretty good. Why not? Same direction. So 2 mining drills can take care of that. That's kind of funny. Not bad. It's not horrible. Okay, so it just dropped a fairly decent sized load of that. .8 gigawatts. Got a little bit of a coal backup plan over here. I need to start isolating these. I think I built that base just a little bit too big. Hmm. Y'all can't keep those going because they're burning up, you idiots. They don't have enough sense to just, when it's killed, leave it alone until the flame stops. But I guess it's a little hard to program that. Oh. That was a pretty substantial hit. So that one's still reaching out, touching them. That one is still reaching and touching them. Okay. All right, we'll let that build out. I do want to look and see. Okay. One of these could be a blue circuit drop off. But I think on this, I could double the size of that rocket yard. Let's see, what is 6 wide? That would be in the way. Oh, snap. RetroCon, man. It's been a while. Been a little bit. Excited for the up to, yes. Yeah, I am, but I'm wondering what it's going to do to my deal here. I looked at the mods the other day, and I noticed a bunch of those planet mods are starting to get updates in for the 2.1. So I went ahead and pushed the update through. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. And then I went out on my fishing trip, and it was doing so good we decided to stay longer. And then by the time I made it back home, we had all the birthdays and anniversaries and all that stuff. So I was preoccupied doing that. Extend my vacation. Yeah. If it's going great, yeah, we're going to stay a little longer. We're going to catch them fish while they're biting. But anyway, we had a good time. It was good get away for a bit. I'm trying to tinker with this blueprint some more. And then, of course, on top of that, you know how crap goes. So I had some. I've got a home lab that I run. I've got Unraid running on it. I bought the lifetime license. It was just easier to do that than try and keep and maintain TrueNOS and Proxmox and all that shit layered in there together, where if one breaks, it creates a daisy chain, and next thing you know, you spend 100 hours trying to figure out what broke. By the time you get it fixed, something else breaks, and hell with it. I'll just let one run it. That's worth the money to not deal with the confusion behind it. And besides, I'm not that smart when it comes to a server anyway. I'm doing pretty good to get going what I got going, but I did get it going. And she's running pretty good. Just set up a server at home and it turned into 100 hours now. Well, you know, it's funny you say that. I did a lot of research before I jumped off into that. Of course, the way I wound up into it, I got a buddy that works IT. We grew up together, and he went into IT work. But he knows how I am. He knows that he can stir shit up with me and send me down a rabbit hole, and he does that shit on purpose. And he gave me a computer that his son messed up, gave me the shell on it, an old gaming rig. And it's good size. It's a medium-sized tower. And he's like, here's the motherboard. It's got a little bit of RAM in it. He said, I think the processor went bad in it. And it's got 2 slots for a hard drive in there. But he didn't have a NVMe drive in it either. So anyway, I took it all home. I'm like, well, what do you want me to do with it? He says, start looking into running your own server at home. And he sent me an email with some links to look at. And like an idiot, I looked at that link, and next thing I know, I'm going down this rabbit hole. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this. So, needless to say, let's see here, where... Okay, yeah, that's connected there. We're going to turn this into a military transport. So anyway, I went down the rabbit hole, and I jumped in on Reddit and stuff like that, and was reading what everybody was doing to get an idea. And one common theme that always popped up was everybody complaining that if they get that their little system never breaks until they go out of town when they need it the most. Let's see, that's the Nauvis-Fulgora. That's... Oh, did I start working on another one of those? I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. I need to... Hell, let's see what that one is. We ain't got nothing to lose. Yeah, I think this was the one that I did a lot better on. But anyway, I went down the rabbit hole. I figured out that other people were, they were layering a bunch of stuff on there, and they were tinkering with Docker uh and I mean, I knew one thing that I wasn't going to do is I wasn't going to run a Plex server or anything like that in the house. I don't give a shit about all those movies. The way I figure it is I'm not going to spend $1,000 on hard drives and store movie files on there because number one, I don't watch them that much, and I don't want to store movies on there to begin with. And why do that when if I want to watch something, I can buy Netflix for a couple of months, get done what I want to watch, and terminate it, and it cost me but $60 maybe. But hard drives are pretty tough. So when I got it in, at that point, I never did really know what it was I wanted to do with it. I hadn't come up with a plan, so to speak. Well, them damn things are firing off left and right. But anyway, it was fun. I started out. I got me a couple of what is it? What size of those hard drives? Oh, they're 12 terabytes. I bought two 12 terabyte drives. I bought them from Best Buy because I started reading on Amazon that people were buying these high capacity drives for servers, and they were getting them in and they were selling them as new, and come to find out they were refurbished trash drives out of old systems, so they were scamming people on them. I thought, you know what, I'll pay a little more and I'll just buy them at Best Buy, and I'll get brand new ones that way. If there's anything wrong, I'll take it back up there and get my damn money back, or go find one that was worth it. So I started it out as that. One of them is parity and one of them stores my data. But I also had an earlier, it was a network attached storage I bought in 2013. Is a Ready NAS 102 by Netgear. That was before Netgear lost their mind and started acting stupid. But anyway, that little sucker was a tank, and originally I started off with two 2 terabyte hard drives in there, and that's all the capacity it could do. But I ran them in striped mode, which was what, RAID, I can't remember if it was RAID 0 or RAID 1. But I striped them where they were an exact mirror of each other, and you could hot swap them. But it had a firmware update where I could increase the drive capacity to 4 terabytes, and eventually I got the smart notification after years of that thing running that one of my hard drives was failing, so I ordered another one, hot swapped it when it came in, and then as soon as all the data transferred over, I went ahead and ordered another drive and swapped that out with a 4 terabyte, and I've since shut that thing down and grabbed those 4 terabytes and moved them over to my server. So now I got 20 terabytes online, which is enough. Of course, when I built that rig up, I put a brand new Ryzen 5 6-core processor in it, and put 32 gigs of RAM in there. What else did I do? I put an NVMe drive that I gave like $60 for. That same drive today is going for nearly $500. But I put the NVMe drive in there as the cache drive. So anything that goes to it during the day, at night at about 3 o'clock in the morning, it'll add it to the array. So it's a pretty nifty little setup. I had forgotten that I had done this thing. I had made I doubled everything. So, and I had to do a lot of studying to get it that way. I still am way behind on it, but I've got two Docker containers running on it. I've got Pi-hole set up, and I've got Factorio server manager on there. Yes, I do play other games. Let's see here. I do play other games, but I haven't, I've been hung up on Factorio here lately. But in my favorites list here on Steam, I've got all of these games right here installed. And Factorio is real addicting, so I've got 4,000 hours into that game. I do like Satisfactory. Most all of these, I bought these things on sale. Probably haven't I don't think I have a third of them installed. When I screwed up and started playing Factorio, that's where it all fell apart. All these other games suffered because of that. But I got a wide variety of them. I got tired of first person shooters, you know, back in the day when Doom and Castle Wolfenstein and Duke Nukem, Half-Life was all out. I played those just nonstop and finally just reached burnout phase on them. So I don't I don't rule them out. I ran across that Sniper Ghost Warrior series, and those were some excellent games. They had a good. Have I played Manor Lords? I don't think I have that one. Manor Lords. Manor Lords. Hang on a second. Let me turn that music off. I'm gonna look that one up. You say it's called Manor Lords? Manor Lords. Medieval strategy game featuring in-depth city building, tactical battles, economic and social simulations, rule your lands as a medieval lord. The season pass, the seasons pass, weather changes, and the cities rise and fall. So they go into I guess, battles. A motley city builder. I don't know. It looks interesting. So I guess they line up. Is it anything kind of like Civilization or anything like that? Oh, hell, that's in early access. What's the requirements on that? Oh, I got it. Manage resources and production chains. Almost sounds like a version of Factorio. So you expand through conquest, which is what we're doing now. Huh. I think I'll add that one to the wish list. I would say it is more of a Balik Fairphone of civilization, but real time. Yeah, because I think civilization, if I remember right, when I played it, I think it was a turn-based game, but that was some time ago. Huh. Yeah, I need to start forcing myself to start playing other games. This is what my wish list looks like. Some of these immersion games look like they're kind of interesting. But I've really gotten into these factory sims, man. These things are crazy. I watched a guy play this the other day. This one right here, uh, this one looks like it's going to be a really good game. Not all regions are equal, and you can't do effectively everything everywhere. Yeah, yeah, I'm with you on that. Burgling gnomes. Now, see, one thing that I'm not into is stuff like that Diablo stuff. What was that other big one that came out? Hogwarts, I think. I'm not into that fantasy casting spells and uh, things like that. Those things, they just don't really interest me that much. But yeah, that's what my library looks like. Of course, I got a bunch of other games too. I mean, I got a bunch down here that I hadn't installed yet. Transport Fever, Subnautica. I did install Subnautica recently, but I'm gonna have to force myself into playing other games on a regular basis. You play as a tiny gnome and rob this old guy's home. Well, I'll tell you what, uh, I do kind of get cracked up at some of this stuff. What was it I saw the other day? This right here, Power Wash Simulator. Uh, I've got a power washer, and the last thing I want to do is play a game with a power washer. So it's funny to me how they have these games like this where you work, I guess, so to speak, like a job, like being a cashier, running a grocery store. And when I was a kid, when I was 15, I sacked groceries for a grocery store. And the last thing I want to do is sack groceries in a game. Hell with that. I left that shit a long time ago. But I think it's funny that people will buy those games and play them, and of course, I guess you could sit on your ass and work, but getting out there and doing it's another thing. But yeah, it's something else. I had a friend in vocational school who studied forestry and then played farming simulator for some weird reason. Well, I mean, I guess if it interesting, I guess it's worth it. I mean, I'm not gonna knock anybody on the cool shit that they want to do. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't build this one instead of that other one. This is my second version, is what this is. What the hell? How come my... How come my deals didn't get added on there? Maybe it was too big or something. But it looks like that's gonna work. These in-depth games are too hard for me. Last one I tried was Project Zomboid. You know, back in the day when I was playing those first-person shooters, I was working a lot. So they were great to come home and unwind from. And I really enjoyed them because, you know, it was a good way to play for a couple of hours, unwind, and then go to bed, get up, do it all over again. But at some point, they just got old. They really didn't have anything new or anything, and there wasn't too much thinking involved. Of course, when I was playing them, these were in the early to late 90s where, yeah, we had the internet. We didn't have Steam back then, so you had to go and buy the box that had CDs that you had to play, and you could look up cheat codes and all that stuff. And but anyway, they just kind of went stale for me. And then let's see, what game was that I played? It was Satisfactory. When I was looking for games to get before I retired, I saw Satisfactory and I saw Factorio, if that makes sense. And anyhow, Factorio has the, you know, the graphics on this, they're fine. Don't get me wrong, but as far as the 3D world that Satisfactory offers, it was really polished and clean looking, and I bought that game in update 3 that had come out. And I started playing that, and I got addicted to that, and I racked up like 1,000 hours on it. And then a buddy of mine told me about Factorio, and so I just didn't like the graphics. Is the only reason that I didn't like the game, so to speak. And so anyway, I was kind of laughing about it because he bought it for me and says, "Hey, just install it." And I installed it, and it took me about 4 months. One day I just opened it up and started playing it, and I almost quit playing because I didn't know how to handle the biters, and the game was so new. I had no idea you could turn the biters off and turn that pollution off, and, you know, go and play a game and build everything out without all of them turned on, so you have time to kind of learn it and see what you're doing. You should have seen that base I made. It was an absolute wreck. But anyway, I just kept playing it. I really liked it so much that I mean, you can see what I'm doing with them. I'm rebuilding my blueprints, kind of straightening things up. making them look a little better, putting roads in, you know, just, and they're complex, and you can still do complex and make all this stuff work and feed your system on the bus. EU4, you're gonna have to tell me what EU4 is. I'm trying to think. Trying to think what that is. Europa Universalis. Okay, yeah, I've never heard of that game. Europa Universalis. Oh, a grand strategy game. But yeah, this game here, you know, it's got its challenges, that's for sure, but they're all overcomeable, you know, once you kind of learn it. My biggest hurdle is circuitry. I don't have a background in that stuff at all. I don't understand circuits, and when I look at it my mind don't wrap around it. But I forced myself to start learning them. So I've been doing some reading up on the outside of Factorio, and I cobbled together a way to order a train when I need it. You know, count what's in there, order based off of that, and then giving me a visual cue on the map here. So if you see a big red X, that means there's nothing there. It's ordering. That's satisfied, or the delivery is ready. Now, my next thing that I got to learn is this over here. Is I got to learn the circuitry on the refinery. And trust me, it's a learning process. But right now, I'm too stupid to figure them out. So when I get things backed up, I got to come over here and delete it, get things running again, so I can get me some heavy oil. So that's going to be one of my next steps, is learning to figure out the balancing process. I think what throws it off is, I guess since I've got so many hours in it now, in the early phase, you need a whole lot of petroleum gas so you can make your copper or your plastic bars with them. And you're always running short. But then you get to cracking, where you get both heavy oil, light oil, and your petroleum gas that you got to do something with. So, not having a circuit background, it looks to me like what I should be doing, this is all theory in my head and I could be completely wrong, but I should be, once these tanks get to a certain level, I need to tell all of this to stop and just rely solely on this. So that way there's room to put petroleum gas and your light oil, and your heavy oil is not made in just too big of a quantity. So it's the balance is kind of tipped. There's a lot of petroleum gas. Then you get the next level would be the light oil, and then last would be the heavy oil. And you got to have all of that, because you got to make lubricant out of it. But lubricant's not used as much. So when your heavy oil backs up, that's what I'm thinking anyway. I'm thinking if I limit or shut these down when it gets to like 500,000 or something like that, there's room to put that overflow and keep these things running. I could be way off the mark, but it's what it looks like. But when you have this up and running and you need plastic bars in that early part of that game, it'll keep this thing fed very well. But I decided on a city block design with train staging locations dedicated to each material, and then went into naming everything the same here on the delivery and the supply locations. So that way it would do its thing. And I do belt loading. So if I get hit hard with a request like I did with building that space platform, uh, when I start burning through materials over here, there's enough on hand to keep the trains running and keep the belts full, which is how I built it. And as I learn, I make modifications when I learn new stuff, which is why I keep blueprint sandboxes open. Because number one, you always find a mistake in there somewhere. You'll find in your regular blueprint, you've got that one turned around. And when you finally find it in your working blueprint, well, if it's over here, I can stop what I'm doing and run over there and turn it. So that way, the next time I save this thing, I've got at least that one fixed. But I'll keep these open for, several days or a week. And then once I've made a lot of changes to it, then I'll resave it. And that'll be the updated blueprint. But right now I'm working on trying to build things compact, because what I want to do, this is just really way too big. This is, so I got 40 chunks here and 40 chunks there. So it's a 40 by 40, which translates into 81 by 81. And the one splits the base into quadrants, which is fine. But I think I could lose at least 6 of these chunks in this quadrant. So my next step is I'm going to build this entire base in blueprint sandboxes over here until I can get that thing down to where I've got everything kind of in a compact zone, and make the base a lot smaller. But I also want to make it drivable. So I created roads. I got crosswalks here, so if you have to walk across it or drive a vehicle through it, these things will trigger the signals and stop the train so you don't get run over. As long as the train is not already in the signal, it'll work. If you try to enter it while it's in the signal, it'll damage everything, and you gotta back off and let the train go. But it's just little things you learn as you go, and you don't learn all that till you've got hundreds or even thousands of hours into the game. It's a fantastic game. Fantastic game. Yeah, it's been a good game. I think I'm about ready to start a brand new save of Satisfactory again, and play it all the way through. But you can tell, I guess I like the longevity of a game. So, we got the original 5 planets, and I found enable planets light, which adds It actually adds more than a whole lot of planets, but I went through each one reading about them. And picked the ones that were interesting to play. Some of them seemed kind of lame, so I left those out and just did a selection of them that I think would go well, which totaled to what 20 different planets added in on it. Plus, you know, you get a Dyson sphere on one of these, which will be neat, but it's going to take forever to complete it. I don't know. I've never made a run to the Shattered Planet, and I've never made it here. And I still need to get to a kilo, and then I need to go and learn Gleba. You need to at least get to Gleba. You're still only at one planet. No, I've got Vulcanus conquered here to a degree. What I really want to do is I want to jump over there on a kilo. I don't, dude, I hate this haphazard way of trying to squeeze everything in here around all these lava pools. I just don't like that. Oh yeah, Santi, I've got Satisfactory. I've got 1,000 hours in that game, so yeah, I've definitely played it. But most of that playthrough was starting at update 3 all the way through. I think the last update was 8. It stayed that way forever. There's El Wido, man. Yo, yo. But I want to get those foundations where I can cover this and set this place up right. I got plans for this place. Oh, Nauvis doesn't count. I'm fixing to head over to Fulgora. Did I win yet? There's no winning in Factorio, dude. Once you hit the solar system's edge and you get that notification, kind of like in 1.0 or 1.8, you know, launching the rocket, you can continue the game. So I haven't done that yet in Space Age, but it's coming. I'm pretty patient when I play. I don't have to I don't feel like I have to, I guess, beat the game, so to speak. One thing that I did find is this thing right here. This thing is awesome. You get on that, you can jump to the next planet. Boom, and you're there. Teleport. You got your 0.5 space explorer run working again. It was such a pain getting the mods. All the quality of lives and update. Yeah, I've ran into some issues even with this setup, having to fix a lot. Considering you were just complaining about space, good luck in Fulgora. Well, I've gone to Fulgora before. I completely had everything set up on it. And I had the mech suit. Where's it at? Right there. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to make this blueprint without the mech suit, so. But see, that's a large part of, that's what I like about Space Age, and then jumping in over here is because as I learn, even though I have that mall set up where I build everything for the character. I still need locations to bring in supplies that I need, like we get the superconductor and the supercapacitor and the holmium plates. So those all have to come from Fulgora. So I'll need a drop zone for that. And then, you know, once you get the gleba, then there's something else to make. So the idea behind it is to make a character mall, because I played with I played multiplayer on some invites, and when you get into those games, when there's like a handful of people putting things together, their base on Nauvis does not look anything like this. This is pretty well organized with a mall in it, where if anybody were to drop in on this save, all they got to do is run over here, and everything that you need to get busy in the game is right here. Otherwise, when they have it spaghettied everywhere, you're searching the entire map. You're having to run all the way over here for batteries, and then you got to come all the way over here for, you know, maybe the little solar panels, and you got to come over here for this and come over here for that, and you're trying to hunt all that down. I've never even played space exploration, Wido. So, okay, I got to get busy here. Let's see, military transport. Oh, not space exploration. No, I've never even tried that one. I don't know enough about circuitry. I had heard that it requires a lot of circuitry in it, and I'm not that adept at it, but it's not going to stop me from trying. Okay, I think we got enough on hand. That's a much better ship. Okay, let's give this thing a task. This is going to be military transport, so I want Nauvis. Well, if I do, well, I could do that. Let's see here. Oh, wow. Let's see. You get these in the with phosphorus. This is going to get good. Okay, so we're going to do artillery shell. And let's see, we get we're going to have to do equal to. Okay. So each one of these is 20, and I have a total of 36 of those. That's 720 slots. All right, for right now, bring 600 over at a time. Oh, Raxo Blex is raiding with a party of 3. Well, welcome in. I'm sorry I don't have my my raid stuff set up in here right now. I'm rebuilding my stream, so I've got a lot of stuff disabled right now until I can get it all built. I had some recent updates that came through that broke a whole lot of stuff, and I've spent the last week working on it and getting it all back up and running. Let's see here, item count, let's see. But I do appreciate the raid. But yeah, I'm working on all that stuff, so it'll take a little bit of time. I'll get it all back up. I switched over to Streamer Bot, and let's see, how about that? All requests satisfied. And what's my weight conditions here? How about inactivity? Because what that's going to do, it'll just sit over there and wait until it's got 600 of those things, and then it'll come back. But yeah, it broke a bunch of stuff, and I'm learning Streamer Bot, so I've been in the process of rebuilding my whole stream setup using that Streamer Bot. That thing is that's a pretty powerful piece of software. I don't know if y'all have had a chance to tinker with that. All right. That's got things moving along nicely. Only problem is you don't get enough ice. It'd be nice to have a lot more ice. I guess I better look and make sure I got all this stuff pointed the right way. You get more ice later with some upgrades. That'll be nice. Alright, there's some ice dropping in. Well, with as many of the collectors that I have, there's not much getting by. So the iron ore is doing a lot better. Especially down here on this. Looks like waiting on a ride at Six Flags. Oh, you know what I did? I forgot. I fixed this up with what, barrel and water. Still got 61,000 though. Why am I... Oh. That might help. Okay. So I need to have... import those from Vulcanus. So I need 600. Whew, there they go. They're emptying them all out. Look at that. Ha ha ha. All right, biters are fixing to have their ass handed to them. Yeah, I've been working on my stream, and I landed on I got a subscription to this deal. I'm going to try it for a year. It's called Suno. It makes music based off of what you describe and everything. So I just started tinkering with it and uh, making a soundtrack that would go with the gameplay for Factorio since I play it so much. Um, I got a few songs here I could play if y'all are interested in hearing them. And it actually does pretty good for being AI made. Let me play one of them for you. See what y'all think. Yeah, Suno's pretty slick. Yeah, it's gonna damage art or anything in the artistic community. It's gonna damage. Boy, that is cranking them out. What'd you think? Suno did pretty good, didn't it? Boy. Look at that. It dropped every one of them damn things. This base is fixing to fall under attack, man. I got the perfect song for that one. Let's see here. You hear it now? I've got a song playing. Are you able to hear it? Hmm. You should be able to hear that. Let me check OBS on that. Yeah, it's not going through it. I don't hear it. Let's see. Let me see here. Hang on a second. Let's see here. Maybe I can get it to pipe in. I can't believe y'all can't hear that. Sorry about that. I may have to work on that a little better. Yeah, I don't understand why it's not piping it through. I know the screen is blank because I'm trying to add a scene in there. Let me see if I can capture the audio input. No, it's not going to let me do it that way. They've added some stuff. I don't know if y'all got that update on OBS recently, but a lot of that broke when I got it. Now, let's see. Here we go. That should do it.
Overconfident. Tank tracks carving through the dirt real slow, like we already know how this gonna go.
Hmm.
Tank can I put 'em, make the ground shake hard. Whole nest disappearing from the radar chart. Fighters came running thinking they was tough.
So when it's blank, is it showing? Or, I mean, are you hearing it?
Turrets popping off in perfect time. Laser walls glowing bright blue lines. And every time them bugs attack.
What about now? Okay, I see what's happening. All right, I got to bring that in under that. And all right, that should, let me make sure the track is right on it. All right, let me know if you hear it now.
Well, you ready? Turn the turrets up. Somebody light the
Okay, I had to bring it in under my game capture is what I had to do. Oh, very loud. All right, let me fix that. Let me see. Let's see, that should tone it down quite a bit. You thought your Twitch crashed. Dude, you're crazy, man. Yeah, I'm fixing to tone it down. I just added it to OBS, so so let's see. There was one that I had made. Let me find it. Okay, so I had Suno make a song. You know how sometimes you'll get these guys that'll jump into your chat, right? And they'll quiz you about everything on your base uh and basically talk shit, you know, why don't you do these ratios? Why don't you do this ratio? Well, here's a song for that.
Yeah. Here come Professor Throughput again. Fresh in the chat with spreadsheets and emotional
Is that better?
Man, shut your ass up and enjoy the stream. Dude popped in talking crazy from the jump. Your copper lane backed up, production slump. Brother typing paragraphs about ratios and math while I'm over here blowing the biters and laughing my ass off. Talking about actually your belt saturation poor. Cool story, nerd. Now watch this artillery roar. Whole chat vibing. This man conducting audits like he getting paid by the damn inserter commission office. Meanwhile, he built one perfect mega base one time. Now every stream he act like Factorio Einstein. Brother, I do not care. Throughput thug in the chat again, talking like the belt police captain again. Why you build it like that? Cause I wanted to, bitch. Now sit back down and watch the factory live. Throughput thug with the calculator flex.
That damn Suno is crazy, man.
Meanwhile, my ugly ass base still running fine. And your perfect save file boring as hell online. Whoa, why you using yellow belts here? Cause they pretty. Next damn question. Your training section's inefficient. Yeah? Well, your social skills restricted. Your ratios are mathematically unsound. Brother, this a game, not a damn accounting firm. Whole chat guy ain't laughing now. Wow, Professor Throughput typing essays downtown. Talking about if you optimize the copper throughput pay thing, man, I will delete this whole refinery out of spring. That's factory freedom. See, some folks play for perfection. Some folks play for chaos. Some folks build cathedrals. Some folks build nightmares held together by blind confidence and duct tape. And honestly, both valid. But if I wanna run 12 underground belts to a nuclear reactor parking lot, that's my damn business. Late night stream still rolling loud. Professor Throughput finally calmed down. Now we laughing too while the whole base burns. Cause deep down every engineer learns. Perfect factories, impressive for a minute. Funny factories, memorable forever. Throughput dog in the chat tonight, talking optimization left and right. But this my world and this my grind. Ugly belts and all, the factory mind. Put dog with the nerd ass rage. Meanwhile, we over here having fun for days. And every engineer alive tonight know damn well this song too right. Chat moving fast, biters burning in the distance. And somewhere out there, another engineer just typed. Actually, your oil setup could be improved. Man, shut the hell up.
Man, that damn Suno is something else, man. I've never seen... if you'd have asked me when I was a kid that we would have this at our disposal, I'd have told you were out of your ever-loving mind. That has been a lot of fun tinkering with that thing. Here's your one that you might like. This would be a good one for the early game.
Whole squad geared up and underprepared. Just another Tuesday on Nauvis. Sometimes you gotta risk it to get the biscuit. Have this damn mission held together by wishes. Turrets off the line and the med kit's missing, but we still jogging straight into bag decisions. Sometimes you gotta risk it to get the biscuit. Power armor smoking, but the boys still with it. Ate some nasty ass fish just to stay alive, and somehow we still made it out tonight. Rolled up deep in the combat rig, ammo stack higher than common sense is. Give me screaming, bro, we good. 5 seconds later, got launched through a wall, make a thunder look pissed. Flame was lighting up the tree line. Whole map big and red like a crime sign. Laser puppets over outside. Power armor batteries dead as hell. Leg modules gone, so I run like a snail. Construction bots trying to save my life while I accidentally grenade my own defense line. Sliding through the liver through artillery smoke. Gold cut back lamp into the joke, and somehow they still driving circles, trying to loop hoops, living at the explosions. What the squad got? Survival instincts, some punk raccoons fighting over copper wire. Decision making compromised. Flesh consumption critical. Confidence levels dangerously high. Risk it. Get the biscuit. Whisk it. Get the biscuit. Get the big biscuit. Whisk it. Get the biscuit. Right up biscuit. Sun came up. The refinery smoked. Everybody alive somehow. There we go. Half the walls gone. Station fried. And somebody's tanked upside down in the lake. But the sky's still running somehow. That's the part that really scares me now. Factory held together by duct tape prayers. If you're engineer, stubborn miss. One more.
Yeah. I mean, you have to give it direction. Don't get me wrong. And sometimes when it gets hung on a beat that it likes or whatever, you have to tweak it a little bit. And I found what I do is I go into ChatGPT, and I told ChatGPT that I have a subscription to that, and I wanted it to go in and read all the documentation and summarize what some of that stuff meant in there. Like they got weirdness and something else to it, and when it does a style prompt for you, you tell ChatGPT what you want and how you want it to go, and you know, you can kind of tell I'm an 80s kid, so you hear a lot of that the AI loop. That's exactly what it is. This stuff is cool to play with, man. Let's see. Here's let me find that one. I dip a lot of snuff, so here's your one.
Sun coming up over the smelter stacks. Coffee burned, boots dirty, lip full of Copenhagen. Just another beautiful day in the factory. Got a fat dip packed on the left side deep, steel toe boots and about 2 hours sleep. Train horn screaming through the morning fog while I'm fixing belts with a crescent wrench and spike. Coal dust all over my jeans, power poles leaning like they drunk again. And somehow every damn production line needs attention at the exact same time. But I ain't quitting now, hell no. Spit can full and the factory rolling. Boy, life out here ain't glamorous, smells like diesel and bad decisions, but the science still moving, and that's what matters. Dip and grind, baby, dip and grind. One hand fixing pipes while the other holds the line. Smokestacks rising through the sunrise shine, and this whole damn factory doing just fine. Dip and grind, honey, dip and grind. and Jimmy swears he fixed them yesterday. Now the repair bot's buzzing overhead like angry beer cans with commitment issues. Oh, refinery smelling rough, whole damn train yard acting up. And I swear this bass got more mood swings than my Aunt Carol after margaritas. Still one more belt, one more patch, one more problem solved with attitude. Nicotine levels optimal. Engineer patience critically low. Productivity somehow increasing. Sunset glowing through refinery steam. Whole factory humming, mean and clean. Country music bouncing through the loudspeakers while the assemblers dance in time. And honestly, this may be the best life there is. Building impossible nonsense with tired hands and stubbornness. Dip and grind, baby, dip and grind. Factory breathing.
See, I got that one fixed.
Lights glowing through the smoky night like redneck stars burning bright. Dip and grind, honey, dip and grind. Every busted line eventually aligns.
So I think I'm gonna leave these alone. Those are caught up and they're slowed down, so I don't have to worry about those.
Spick and rattling in the truck console. Steam going soft past the power poles. And somewhere out beyond the rail line glow. Another engineer packing, another dip. The factory must grow. Y'all already know. Midnight on Nauvis, purple haze over the refinery district. Belt still moving. Nobody remembers what day it is anymore. Neon reflections on the concrete floor. Train lights cutting through the smog once more.
12,000 of those left.
And low like ghosts trapped inside the overload. One engineer staring at the map too long. Eyes bloodshot trying to solve through put wrong. Swearing this redesign about to change everything. Even though the last 12 did the exact opposite. Still, nobody logging off tonight. Night shift mirage beneath the glow. Smokestack stars hanging low. Every machine breathing slow and bright. Like the whole damn factory dreaming tonight. And every tired soul alive right now. Still chasing systems they barely understand. But somehow still making them work. Oil cracking deep in the southern blocks. Construction bots drifting through the fog. And every rail line humming in time like a giant machine. Heartbeat underground. Discord quiet for the first time all night. Everybody too focused to talk trash now. Just keyboards clicking through the darkness. And train horns echoing somewhere distant. Honestly, kind of peaceful. You ever stare at the belts too long till the factory starts feeling alive, like it knows you, like you're waiting on your next mistake? That's when you realize this game unfinished project still waiting, like unfinished thoughts inside your brain. No victory screens, no ending credits, just another expansion waiting quietly out beyond the fog. Night shift mirage through the morning haze, another engineer lost in the maze. Every rail line, every glowing screen, part of the industrial fever dream. And every exhausted mind tonight, still building impossible things from spite, while the factory hums soft and slow, like it already knows we ain't leaving. Sunrise through the refinery smoke, turret silent for the moment. And somewhere out there, another engineer just whispered, "All right, I think you're finally fixed, Oil."
Yeah, it's not bad. That thing does. Here's one.
Yeah. They night. Factory sessions. Smoke in the sky. Copper on the belts. And every engineer talking like they got a master plan.
Man.
Chrome on the rails while the sparks fly bright. Whole base glowing through the dead of night. Oil drums stacked by the loading bay. Like we preparing for the end of days. Power poles lean in, but the lights stay on. Somehow this ugly setup still going strong. Biters out there getting brave again. To the artillery train, start speaking in violence. Got red circuit stacked to the ceiling now. Train traffic looking like a damn downtown. And every engineer on the map tonight, talking big to the lasers ignite. Copper and chrome through the factory glow. One more expansion before we go. Smoke rise high while the belts stay clean. Industrial kings running diesel dreams. Copper and chrome through the midnight rain. Train horns echo through the loading lanes. And every tight soul on the line tonight, still chasing that perfect design. Blueprints spread across the concrete floor. Coffee cups everywhere by the score. Jimmy still arguing about throughput math, like he ain't been awake since last Thursday afternoon. Meanwhile, Carl built another rail loop, didn't test it. Now the uranium train upside down in the soup. That's why nobody lets Carl touch signals. Still, the factory moving, science climbing, smokestacks breathing like mechanical giants. Late night Discord talking reckless. Everybody suddenly military experts, planning bite offensive like battlefield kings. Then forgetting ammo at the train station again. Somebody screaming, "Who touched the oil?" Whole voice chat, immediately suspicious. Cause every veteran engineer knows that question can destroy friendships. Cutting through refinery haze, another shift into another day. And somehow after all the chaos tonight, the whole damn base still standing proud. Not clean, not perfect, but alive. And honestly, that's all that really matters. Copper and chrome through the morning light. Whole factory still alive tonight. Every busted rail and overloaded line, part of the story behind the design. Copper and chrome through the smoke and steam. Everybody still chasing impossible dreams. And every engineer alive tonight, still building something bigger than themselves. Train horns fading through the dawn. Assemblers humming, soft and long. And somewhere out there, another engineer just opened the map and whispered, all right, just one more expansion.
Pretty slick, isn't it? It takes a long time to make that stuff. What I'm trying to do now is I'm gonna figure out how to write a little bit of code to be able to turn like a Factorio mod, or not a, well, I don't know what you call it. When I play Factorio, of course I don't have music like that, but I play it all the time. Uh, I guess like a mode or something like that, that whenever I'm playing the game, then I can go into StreamerBot and tell it to basically put it into a Factorio mode where it'll make that stuff available in chat, and y'all will be able to record, select the soundtrack. And when nobody's selecting anything, then it'll time out and it'll go into a randomization mode. That ain't gonna touch it, I don't think. Let's see. Nope, it's outside the zone, so I had to put one there. So I got 3. Yeah, I'll take those 3 and I'm gonna be good. Okay. Probably be a good idea to have power on that, would be my guess. Looks like we're getting all the goodies there. Okay. So I guess I could just come in and block that section off there. And what I'll do, I don't, okay, I had a whole bunch of lasers right there because of the ass whipping I was taking on that wall. Those biters breached that wall at one point. And luckily those side ones got them, but yeah, after they did that, yeah, it was time to beef that up. Okay. everything's looking good there. So I can put those 3 online. That'll slow the decay rate on that. That'll give me 4 copper nodes. Got 1 million left there. 3 million there. Yeah, I think we're good. 17 million there. Yep, we'll do that, and then we'll move on to there we go. I love seeing that. Stirs them up when you start pounding on them. Okay. We are far enough off of the wall that I really don't need these anymore. So I'll take those out. I'll still leave some of those, and okay, somewhere in here I'm gonna put all right, we'll get that ship made for Fulgora. Just got a load of big load of ammo finally. Okay, this one goes back and forth to Vulcanus. I think. Oh yeah, that was that one that I made to do military transport that I'm not gonna keep. So go to Nauvis. Stay there because you're gonna get scrapped. Alright, Outpost 7. It's still got a little bit in there. At 11,000, I'll let it finish. Let's see. One more of those. Alright, that'll... Boy, that thing is taking those biters to task. I like it. I thought I put one up. Somewhere in here. Uh-oh. That's not good. How far away am I? We are almost there. That's a damn shame. I wonder if I got enough to limp that damn thing back. Because that ain't looking good. Yeah, running out of bullets. And I can cure that. Let's see. So I had a barrel recycle here going. Let's see. Alright, let's get it going back home. Maybe I can just barely make it there. I could take the loss up here. Getting my ass kicked on this. But once it gets back home, it'll call all the stuff up. Oh, I'll make it. Remember that song? You gotta risk it to get the biscuit. Alright, we're halfway there and we hadn't lost too much of the ship, so. Come on, baby, limp it home. It's like having a flat tire. Let me get there before that thing comes off the rim. Oh, I got plenty of stuff back home to fix all that. Woo, we're just about there. Still got a little bit of ammo left. I think what I'll do is I'll let it sit there and let it fix itself. And what all do we have in there? Ooh. All right, here they come. Nice. That is so cool that it does that. It just knows. It's gonna need a lot of ammo. Alright, we'll get 30 of those. And when the empties come in, it'll call for the empties. Alright, where's it at? There it is. Okay, we gotta be careful. I don't know how to... Let's see. It would be nice to read the total contents. The only way that I would know how to do that is... See, can I do that? Let's see, they stack in, what, 10s? So... that'd be what, 480? Are there that many in there? For what let's see. We may need to speed that up. drops below 200, then it'll make more. If it stays above that, which it can. Okay, I see what it's doing. So it's taken from here, putting them in there. How do I fix that? Can I make it a storage chest? Put a filter on it? For the drums only? Okay, so when the drums come in, as provider will send them to storage. And what I need to do is I need to figure out okay, that's got all of that on it. Space stuff. Probably, let's see, that's military. I don't think I had anything for the no, I didn't have anything for the drums. So, or from the barrels. So the question is do I have because I'll have to close the loop of vault access key. What the hell is that? Did I make a barreling machine in there? I did. Okay, so that'll be passive provider. Okay, that'll give a place for the drums to store. That'll maintain the count. If it drops below 200, it'll add more, but that will allow a closed loop system on the drums. All that destruction. Yeah, that'll give me a closed loop system on the drums. Okay. Let's go back to that. So I'm guessing Not really a whole lot of them in there. So let's, we need water. I'm not making, okay, there's no making water. All right, we're going to turn that into a barreling machine for empty water barrel, fill water barrel. Let's see. Stacks and tins will be what? 400. Alright, where the hell is that water barrel? There's a damn many of them. Okay. Alright. I got a lot of to-dos to do. Make sure it stays. There we go. Okay, so I did make the water loop right there, so that'll make sure that it doesn't just overrun the shit out of it. Okay, so we got so when it gets them, there we go. Now we got water. And there's the system right there. It loops back around, goes in. And now we want it to go off planet. On the way. On the way. There we go. And that'll either A, carry it over here. I mean, it'll build it up, but now we're getting somewhere. Knew there was a reason I built that damn thing. much room have I got to play with in this thing? 22 megawatts. So we'll take those out. Let's put a productivity module in there. You mean tell me that bastard won't do that? Are you sorry? Fuck. I got, we got a productivity module 3 though, or a speed module. Speed that production up. Now that will be nice, being able to go back and forth between the probably what I should do. Alright, those are building up quick, so send all 480 of them down there. Quit holding on to them so damn long. You know, I'm beginning to think that that's probably not even needed. No, it probably wouldn't hurt to. By God, we'll have plenty of them to transport now. It's making them at a decent rate, so. Okay, let's fix this one the same way. Okay. We're gonna want water barrel. And okay, we get those made. Let's take that out. So is there a way to... There we go. Nice. They did give us a way to get rid of it. Okay, military transport. Gotta come up with a naming scheme for that. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna think about it. Here I come up with a naming scheme. Peer pressure, easy enough. Is it going to be Nauvis? Why didn't it stick? There we go. Alright, there it is. And I needed to fix that. Let's see. All right. Got the ship being constructed. See an issue there. Okay, these misaligned big time. And so did those. Oh, those shitheads run in there. You mean to tell me that didn't connect? Oh, I see why that's not lining up. I made a doo-doo in there. I think I see why they're not lining up. Because there's one space here and two there. I gotta go back and fix that. Got a lot of work to do. Oh. Bet that'll take care of it. You know, I guess I could have. I bet I could have made that line up in there a lot better. See if we get one there. Well, no. See, those are 2 and those are 1. That's what screwed it up, but I bet putting it on the inside there, I bet that would work. That would potentially fix that. Alright, we're getting at least with a productivity module that should spit out an extra. Okay, so that one comes around. Feeds into that one. Okay. I think we're back in a position to Alright, that one's still running, so it never stopped. Okay, military transport. How are we looking here? Okay, we're here. Why are these not getting called down? What's going on here? So we have those. Are they just full? That's exactly what it is. Okay. Alright, make your run. Let's check and see. Go back to Nauvis and I want to see. That damn thing is full. So we'll be able to wreak a little bit of havoc. Oh, you gotta love it. Alright. I want to see this thing just tear them up. Alright, we've cleared out that area over there, so let's tear their ass up on this side. Hit them from two different directions. It's all doing pretty good. I'll grab those three. Take that one away. That one away. Let me see something here. Oh yeah, I can just run rails straight across. Yeah, that'll work. Why, you sons of bitches. Y'all fixing to get y'all's ass eat up. Once there gets a power line dropped over there, y'all are gone. There it is. Boom. Alright, we should have... Okay, that should take care of quite a few of those.
Go left, left, go right. Half this factory catching fire tonight. Bots confused and the train's off track, but production still climbing, so we call that stack. Remember, boys, if it looks stupid but works, it ain't stupid.
He was focused on that. Just focused on that bot, turned his back, got cooked. Cooked that back strap. Well, that fire, man, once you get to the... Once you make it, you're good to hook. Huge nest. Taking them out. Damn, it's nice to have a steady string of them coming in. Now, once we get those new space platforms, we'll be able to send signals from ground to that platform and let it know whenever I need those ammo drops. Keep from filling those bays up. Beautiful thing. Nice to just hold them at bay. We ain't quite ready yet. Okay, I want to see how the barreling process is working. So we got plenty of those. Those are empty. So it used those up. Only other thing I could really do is put that on a purple chest to keep pushing them out at all times. Because Oh, that's a stupid one that I built. It's alright, it works. I'm gonna leave it alone. Well, that's why I'm losing that. Why are we missing fuel? I think I figured it out right there. All right, that'll cover that. Once that gets lit up, end of story. Golly, those things cleared all that out fast. Nice. Imagine nuclear artillery shells. I thought I saw that in there. That's phosphorus. Nuclear submarine. Neutron bomb. That's what I saw. A miniature nuke releasing neutrons that scatter into a cloud unless the pressure is below 5 HPA. The hell is HPA? HPA refers to hectopascal, a unit of atmospheric pressure. The hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, the body's stress response system, or high pressure air system. Hectopascal. What is a hecto? Let's see what that is. A metric unit of pressure equal to 100 pascals or pascals. In meteorology, it is the international standard unit for measuring barometric atmospheric pressure and is exactly equal to 1 millibar. Okay, well that's how a barometer would work. Huh. Let's see. That's on Karis. Karis. Where's Karis at? Oh, right there. That'll be fun to play with. You know I'm going to have to try that out. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to have to see if I can't tinker with those blueprints a little better than that. That's kind of horrible. But it's all right. I mean, it's got the idea of it. They're never perfect, that's for sure. That's another thing that'll be nice is we'll have those angled flamethrowers. Oh, I forgot I had two different, that's why. Okay. What a nitwit. I didn't even get it right. Getting ahead of myself there. I think I'll leave that part alone. Well, you know what? I'll leave it on there. Can't hurt to have it. We'll run those out that way. Probably got ourselves stretched just a little bit thin there. Save bot trouble coming to that. Dang, biter's been over here chewing on shit. That one got him. Alright, we're gonna... That's going to be in response to that turret. Or that, yeah, the artillery turret. Well, it's making a hole. It's chewing it up. A little bit at a time. Look at that, man. That's cleared that corner out a lot up there. Look at that wave. Slowly getting there. Well, you little shitbag. Over there chewing up them high-dollar drilling platforms. Little bastard. I think what I'm going to do when I redesign those, I'm going to put these damn pumps back down in here. That way I don't have to manually place them things anymore. They'll already be connected. And on these T's, I'm going to get these connections done straight across like that. So that way it makes sure it'll send that fuel the way it needs to go. Well, something took him out. I don't know exactly what it was. Everything's caught up. I got plenty of everything. Let's see. Low density structures are backed up. Rocket fuel is backed up. Not bad. See, I gotta get this shit fixed. The stuff is not lining up. There's gotta be a way to make that where it lines up. I mean, it'll have to look squirrely in here, but I think what I know what my problem is. There's one gap here, two there. And if you don't turn this right, they don't line up. So I need to either have an equal 2 gap or 1 gap on that thing. Probably 2. I think doing the 2 will get it far enough away. I may be able to play. Well, I can't do shit with that. So that's gotta have a little hinky curve to it, which is fine. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh. Because see, if I turn it that way, it misaligns. And it's all because of that 2 gap deal. That's what it was. I guess when I was making it, it just didn't, maybe it didn't register. I'll tell you what I am going to do though. I'm going to jack up all them biters around there. That way I can get a whole bunch of them down here at one time and just hammer on them. Okay, we're going to do the same thing that we're going to run them that way, so... Okay, so this will be cargo loading. And I want this one to be a left-hander. So... what is it? What's blocking it? Oh. Alright, now... what's a cargo load on the left? Okay, let's fix the signaling on there. 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 Okay. Could have left that one like it was. That is so nice to watch a nest just get erased like that. Okay. 1, 2. Well, let's see. Did we name that one? Can't wait for the war crimes with the phosphorus shells. Yeah, those are going to be pretty cool to watch. Let's see. Resource output 6. What is this one? 7. Okay. So this will be resource outpost 8. Why am I not getting my... Does it not want to let me... do it by air? Huh. I guess you got to be standing there to do it. Oh, I know what it is. When you have the grid on, that doesn't work. Look at all that damn... These damn biters are fixing to tear it up. You gotta be kidding me. Don't need them, but... Okay. Still a little bit left. Not much though. It's damn near gone. Okay. Alright, we know that's a copper, it's gonna be copper. There'll be a copper supply. We'll just copy and paste all that. It'll go quicker. Alright, that one's online. Now we need iron ore. Damn, that one's already got enough in it. Now we need to do coal. Oh, we don't have electric hooked up on it. I hope that didn't put a dent in things. No, it's all satisfied. Okay, let's see. Alright, those systems are online, so we need to give this one some power. We'll do it there. Power that one. Looks like this one's already got power. We're just waiting for more miners to show up. Look at there, it's already using it. drive them back. Oh, it already grabbed all of them. Got plenty on hand. Too bad those turrets won't train in on them and just start wasting them. Lead them off a little bit like a rifle shot. All right. So we're stacked up on ammo on that. I'm almost 5 hours in on streaming and I need to get some rest. So the next, so I guess as a recap, I was able to add a couple of more of those in to help buffer the production. So we're going to be good on that for a while. There's really nothing else to do over here other than that. So the next stream will be going to Fulgora, setting up shop over there, start making all the things that we need to make over there and get them brought over here so I can make that mech suit and that badass battery right there. Yeah, whoop whoop. Yeah, get over there and get that underway. If I remember right, the last time I played Fulgora, it wasn't really all that bad. I've never played with the quality. I don't remember where you get the well, you get quality 3. Wait a minute, what is this? That says quality Meraxis. Okay, something ain't right. Let's find the modules. Well, I'm making quality modules here. Anyway, I'm gonna wait until I get the tier 3 quality module before I start trying to figure out how in the hell to set up quality. I've never done that. I guess I ought to watch some videos on it. See how you get an idea how it sets up. Look at all that protection. Biters are gonna play hell to get through that. What's the pollution look like? Holy crap. Just one big red zone. There we go. That'll thin that out. Boy, those artillery turrets make quick work of a nest. I remember in the very beginning, while I was taking all of that, I was having to use those nuclear bombs, and just, you can see my pock marks all over the map where I had to fight like hell to get what I got. But anyway, I think I'm gonna end it here. And that'll give me a fresh start. And maybe I can stream tomorrow evening. I gotta work on my boat. I gotta replace the tail lamps on it, which means I gotta refish the trailer tubing. Put a new fire extinguisher and bracket on it. Give it a good scrub down, and later on this week I gotta go and fix the tire on it. I shredded the tire on my fishing trip, so I'm running on the spare right now. I'm gonna take that thing back over to Discount Tire and cash in on some of that what do you call that bullshit? Road hazard. See what I got left on it, cut the cost of that tire down. And then it'll be parked under the awning until the next trip, but it'll be clean and ready to go. And then I get to work on my truck again. I got something wrong with the power steering pump on it, so I'm gonna have to, I can't drive it because I've got a F-350, and it's a heavy truck. It weighs about 12,000 pounds with all the crap I've got on it. And it has a hydro boost on it that runs off of the power steering pump, so there's a lot of pressure on it. And if I lose power steering, I lose my brakes. And I can't run the risk of riding down the road and that happening. So I'll pull it in the driveway, and while I'm underneath it, I'm going to go ahead and replace the thermostat and the seals. And I got to get the upper and the lower intake and the outtake on it. So I don't know what I'm going to need on that power steering pump. I put a new pump on it here a while back, and I don't know if it's the pump itself or the housing leaking, or if I got a hose that's leaking on it. Might be a fitting. I'm hoping it's just a fitting, because all I'll have to do is order a seal, and that'll fix that. But the whole front left side of my truck is wet with transmission fluid from that power steering pump. Out a new turbo to be safe. I just put a new turbo on it here not too long ago. last year. Yeah, I put a brand new KC turbo on it. Bought some new boots, cleaned up the spider, got the valley all cleaned up. Put new pedestal gaskets in. I had a pool of oil sitting in that valley. It's a wonder it didn't run away on me. But yeah, I got it replaced. Always something, man. Always something. But that's all right. It'll be something to do. But anyway, I will, guess I'll catch everybody on the flip side. Y'all can take a gander at my new ending screen. And I'll see y'all tomorrow afternoon if I'm not too tired. But enjoyed it. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah. Smoke still rising over the wasteland. Turret still glowing in the dark. Factory shift never really ends. Bill still rolling while the screen fade black. Steel in the bins and the trains on track. Biters lick wounds out beyond the haze. But tomorrow night we light the blaze. Refineries thunder in the midnight rain. Assemble a line, still feed the chain. Every damn furnace, breathing fire. Whole plan that bent to the engineer's desire. Spot a Trump Park with the rockets reloaded. Map full red, but the war still coded. Walls hold strong while the bots repair. Another expansion already prepared. We'll be back. Bigger guns and a stronger stack. More artillery, more attack. More smoke rising. Off the railroad track, we'll be back. Factory king never fade to black. Biters keep coming, we answer that. Whole damn world, get folded back. Concrete crack from the tank brigade. Nuclear glow where the enemy stay. Millions of products flood the grid. Every mistake got buried in here. Blueprint ghosts waiting in the fall. Expansion plans in the captain's log. One more outpost, one more line, one more launch, and the stars are mine. Discord chatter still bringing the head. Talking mad shit while the bugs turn red. Laugh through the chaos, hold the defense. Industrial warfare at maximum sense. Engines hum, turrets scan. Bots still drift across the land. This ain't over, not even close. Factory heartbeat never goes. We'll be back, next shift loaded for the counterattack. More production in the tightest stack. More enemies drops, where they stand at. We'll be back, no retreat and no rollback. Engineer rule, remember that. Our factory forever, that's a fact. Lights stay on, trains keep moving, and the factory never sleeps.